Hello, everyone, and welcome to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of not only the latest mission from NASA's Kennedy Space Center, but the latest flight heading to the International Space Station. You're taking a live look right now at Historic Launch Complex 39A with Crew Dragon Endeavour sitting atop a Falcon 9 rocket. The meatball and worm logos adorn the Falcon 9's second stage as NASA, SpaceX, and its international partners are preparing to send up 4 souls up to the orbiting outpost, with a liftoff targeting 12:09 a.m. Eastern, 16:09 UTC. I'm reporter Will Robinson-Smith with Spaceflight Now. So good to have you all with us as we're kicking off our live coverage of this latest crew mission today. As you can see from this helicopter shot circling Pad 39A, the weather is pretty idyllic for a launch today. Meteorologists forecast a 90% chance of favorable weather at liftoff. So we won't be talking too much about the weather as we cruise on through the countdown, but there is a slim chance that some cumulus clouds could sneak into the picture. So it's not a non-zero opportunity, but pretty darn good-looking launch forecast as these 3 astronauts and 1 cosmonaut get ready to embark on their journey for a long-duration mission on board the International Space Station. Time now, you can see that up in the upper right-hand corner of your screen. We're currently T-minus 4 hours, 6 minutes, 40 seconds, and counting. Soon we'll have views into the suit-up room at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, where the crew, led by NASA astronaut Zena Cardman, are getting ready in their intravehicular activity, or IVA suits. The now iconic black and white suits that we're used to seeing not only the astronauts of the Commercial Crew Program fly, but also several private astronaut missions as well. As you take a look near the base of the Falcon 9 rocket from this pad level shot, you can see some vehicles are arriving there. About 4 hours, 5 minutes out. The crews are arriving in order to prepare the White Room and help the astronauts and cosmonaut once they arrive a little bit later on in the countdown window. For 2 of the folks that are on board this particular Falcon 9 flight, this will be their first trip into space. 2 veterans riding alongside them, and we'll talk all about the crew that's flying, of course, as we roll on through the countdown. But as we're getting going here, I want to thank the roughly 300 of you that are getting up early and have joined us for our live launch coverage. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream, allowing some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage today. As we're getting going through the count, I want to thank our moderators.
Core on countdown. All crew members have been received in the ONC. We are proceeding into suit donning on schedule.
And you heard that good call from SpaceX Mission Control. Since this is a NASA mission, we'll have those call-outs throughout the course of the broadcast. Also, given that this is a crew mission, there will be several more call-outs than a typical Falcon 9 flight, so we'll do our level best to keep our eyes on the countdown timeline and try not to step over the call-outs as they happen, but if you hear me stop my sentence abruptly, that's either A, because I'm checking in on things behind the scenes, or most likely it's because I'm trying to not obfuscate a call-out as we're all listening in. As our moderators head on into the chat, you can help make their job that much easier just by following the rules of our live chat here. We ask that you don't delve into overt politics and religion in your conversations, that you also refrain from using all caps. Please converse in English so that our moderators can respond as necessary. And most importantly, we ask that you treat each other with the kindness and respect that you yourself would like to be treated. This broadcast, as is the case with all of our live launch opportunities, is made possible by our wonderful channel member community here on YouTube. So thanks to folks like the Rocket Girl, M. Teresa, Butterfly. No, it's still early, so some of our channel members are still coming on in. CRMY, Bridget Schultz, Jim Fowley, and many others. Channel membership comes with a number of perks, including discounts at our online shop, which is shop.spacelightnow.com. Access to member-only videos here on YouTube, access to our members-only Discord server, and, of course, the ability to watch all of our live launch liftoff moments from here at the Cape in 4K. Also in our chat, one of our channel members, Cumulus Granatus, is hanging out with us and is available to help answer folks' questions as we roll on through the countdown. As we approach the 4-hour mark, I want to thank another one of our moderators, Aussie Space Girl, for joining us today. And last little bit of housekeeping. If you have a comment or question about this mission or other goings on in the realm of space or spaceflight, and you'd like to support our coverage here, you can use the YouTube Super Chat feature to have your comment or query elevated for discussion, if it is appropriate, of course. Not only will you be giving us some interesting things to talk about as we cruise on through the count, but you'll also be supporting what we do here at Spaceflight Now, and that, my friends, is always greatly appreciated. T-minus 4 hours and counting. Slight glitch in the clock, but the countdown is still progressing. That's just a glitch. Taking a look back out now at pad 39A. I want to go back to that shot there from overhead, if we can, Stephen. Calling an audible here. You can see there's quite a bit of activity that's happening all around the launch complex. Of course, work is on hold for now, but the plan for Launch Complex 39A is quite dynamic, as SpaceX is currently seeking approval to set up launches with its significantly larger than the Falcon 9 Starship rocket, more than 400 feet in height at its current version. That'll be launching from a tower that's currently just out of frame from this shot. But also SpaceX is establishing a landing pad that'll be here at Launch Complex 39A. Here's a good overhead view of some of the work that's happening down below. You can see just beyond the nose cone of the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft. That is the Starship launch tower that I was just mentioning. The cranes are down for now, or at least most of them, but work will resume shortly after the launch happens and the pad is deemed clear. SpaceX had mentioned plans to start launching Starship missions from Florida by the end of the year, though given the delays in the Starship program, that may take a little bit longer than that, possibly slipping into 2026 before we see a Starship flight from 39A. They also still need regulatory approval before that can happen. And we're now getting our first views inside the suit-up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. You're looking at the commander of the Crew 11 mission. This is Zena Cardman, who will be making her first trip to space today, if all goes well with the remainder of the count. And a good liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket. She's a member of NASA's 2017 astronaut class named the Turtles. Here we have the other NASA astronaut that's on board this mission. This is veteran pilot of the mission. That was Mike Fincke, who's now in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. These two gentlemen that you're seeing reclined in those chairs. On the left, that is Kimiya, who is a Japanese Aerospace Exploration Agency, JAXA astronaut, making a second trip to space. Here you have Oleg, who is the mission specialist flying on board Dragon for the first time, also going to space for the very first time. Oleg Platonov, his full name there, representing Russia and their space agency, Roscosmos. As you can see, it's a little bit hard to see Zena's full face here. The neck of her suit is also extended. That's because they're going through a leak check right now and making sure that they've got no leaks on this IVA suit. And you see Kimiya visor down, about to go through the same thing. Mike Fincke just having a grand old time by the looks of it. This will be his fourth trip to space, and he's flying on his third spacecraft heading up to the International Space Station with this mission. Smile and wave, boys. Smile and wave. Mike Fincke, of course, while he has not flown on a Dragon before, he is quite familiar with this launch vehicle. He was one of the main spokespeople representing the Commercial Crew Program from the astronaut office side, going back to the selection of SpaceX and Boeing as the providers for the Commercial Crew Program back in 2014. You see a JAXA astronaut that's in the bottom of the frame here, a Roscosmos cosmonaut just coming around that pillar there.
This is LD on countdown 1 with the situational briefing. All COPVs are at MEOP and the count is progressing nominally towards a 12:09:24 Eastern Time T0. The COLA screening process has been completed by both SpaceX and NASA, and we have no COLA conjunctions in play for today's launch. Weather looks extremely favorable for both launch site, Dragon Ascent Corridor, and upper level winds. The advance team is currently on the tower, but will remain off the arm for the next 10 minutes or so while Dragon repeats gyro compass alignment. Overall, advance team made it out to the tower about 10 minutes early, so we do not expect this to impact timeline. Crew is currently at the suit-up room, ONC building, and timeline remains on track. Reminder for all operators, procedure 52.911 is open for tracking any crew contingency actions throughout today's launch operation. Overall, Falcon and Dragon remain healthy, tracking towards today's launch. Pending any questions, that concludes the briefing.
And I go to overhead of where we are. Right now. As I mentioned at the top of the broadcast, I will do my level best to not talk over folks. Another NASA astronaut greeting Zena Cardman in the suit-up room. Zena is the final member of the 2017 astronaut class from the United States to fly to space. She was originally slated to be the commander of the Crew 9 mission, which launched last September. However, as folks may recall, there was a bit of rescheduling and shuffling of the crews as issues with the Starliner spacecraft amid the crew flight test caused NASA to make the decision to bring Starliner back without her crew. And that meant that Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams would fly back on the Dragon spacecraft that launched the Crew 9 mission. And in order to do that, a couple of seats needed to be freed up, and so the decision was made to pull Zena and one of the mission specialists, Stephanie Wilson, from that flight. Zena was pretty quickly reassigned to be the commander of Crew 11, and in fact had her first day out at Hawthorne, California, training with SpaceX, just before coming out here to the Kennedy Space Center to do commentary for the Crew 9 launch. In a very fitting manner, and tip of the cap to NASA for closing the loop and making this a full circle moment, the astronaut who is on the commentary desk for the NASA broadcast is NASA astronaut and a member of the U.S. Space Force, Nick Hague, who was Zena's former Crew 9 pilot turned commander of that mission. It looks like a good suit leak check with Mike Fincke, visor up, and a thumbs up. Love to see it. Mike Fincke, of course, as we mentioned, has been instrumental throughout the course of the development of the various crew vehicles, both Dragon and Starliner, representing the astronaut office throughout the course of development of the commercial crew program. Mike Fincke has had an interesting path to get to this moment. After his last flight aboard an Endeavour spacecraft of a different stripe, that of course was the shuttle orbiter named Endeavour. Now he's set to fly on board Dragon Endeavour. But before that, he was training to fly on board the Starliner spacecraft first as the pilot for the crew flight test mission, back when that lineup looked like Chris Ferguson from Boeing, Nicole Mann from NASA, alongside Fincke. Then in 2022, he was reassigned as things shuffled around. In fact, if you want to see a more thorough accounting of how the Starliner 1 mission changed over the years, as well as the complement for the crew flight test, check out Starliner Explained Part 2, and that tells you the full exhaustive story of that. But for the sake of brevity, coming back to Mike Fincke's path in all this, he was assigned to be the backup pilot for CFT in 2022. In so doing, also was named as the main crew pilot for the Starliner 1 mission, the planned long-duration first flight of a Starliner spacecraft. See there Mike and Oleg flashing the 11 sign, as you'll probably see that happen throughout the course of the countdown today. Kimiya Yui is also connected to the Starliner 1 mission. While never formally announced by either NASA or JAXA, Yui, alongside Fincke and NASA astronaut Scott Tingle, who was assigned the role of commander of Starliner 1 back in 2022, and Canadian Space Agency astronaut Joshua Kutrick, who was Capcom during the CFT mission and was assigned the role of mission specialist for Starliner 1. Yui actually moved over from Starliner to this Dragon mission a little bit ahead of Mike Fincke, but then Fincke was not too far along behind. Fist bumps all around. Seems like everyone is in good spirits as they have completed their suit leak checks and are likely preparing to play one final game before they head on out. It's usually tradition for the crew to play a card game before leaving the suit-up room. And as you just saw, I believe that was Zena Cardman who took the name tag off of one of the SpaceX ninjas. Another tradition that we've seen a number of times with these crew flight missions is for them to fly the name badges of the support folks who have been helping them out. There you see another one of those badges coming along for the ride. And yes, that was Zena who did the honors there. A small token of appreciation for the team that has been helping them prepare for this moment, making sure that they know what to expect and are in a good position to be as successful as possible. Looks like Kimiya Yui is just getting something situated underneath part of his IVA suit. We're currently T-minus 3 hours, 45 minutes, 52 seconds, and counting to the planned liftoff of this 4-person crew heading up to the International Space Station. It's not going to be a quick jaunt up to the orbiting outpost today. There's a roughly 39-hour phasing period from liftoff to docking in the pre-dawn hours of Saturday, August 2nd. That was one of the watch items, actually, as teams were coming into this launch opportunity, was the amount of time it would take for phasing. That's because there are, of course, limits on how long Dragon can hang out when it's making a trip up to the International Space Station, and then, of course, needs to reserve enough consumables to have a healthy margin for the trip downhill as well. So 40 hours is, broadly speaking, that magic number that they watch for and protect against, but we are just on this side of that being an issue, so teams are able to proceed into a launch attempt today. Also, weather gets progressively worse the further into the week and into the weekend we go. So from the perspective of the elements, it's also best if they're able to launch today. If you haven't had a chance, we have some great crew profiles up on our YouTube channel right now if you want to open that up in a separate window and have us on mute while you're watching that, and then come back into the broadcast, or just pull up a split screen.
Countdown, suit donning and checkouts are complete on schedule.
Good call there, noting that as we're seeing the suit checkouts have been completed. They're getting hooked up to those look like suitcases. Those are portable cooling systems that help make sure that even in this sweltering Florida heat that they stay as comfortable as possible. You see there the gentleman in the blue flight suit. That is NASA astronaut Joe Akaba, who is currently the head of the astronaut office. As we mentioned just a little bit ago, tradition for the crew to play some kind of card game. It's different for everyone, and unfortunately they always have the mics muted, so we don't exactly know what the game is going to be, if it's just a matter of getting the high card or something more elaborate than that. But typically you want the commander of the mission to lose to the head of the NASA astronaut office, and in so doing, the thought is you get the bad luck out of the way at this point when it's all just literally fun and games, and you can go on to the business of the day. One round down, two players still in. Oh, got a random blank card there. That's weird. Let's see if the third round is the charm this time. And we're still going. Boy, at this rate, they might need to go ahead and reshuffle that deck and start one more time. Zena, pumped. And it looks like the goal was for Zena to have the high card there, so mission accomplished on the card game, and they're getting ready to roll out. You see the gentleman that's in the flight suit there just to the left of the person with the long hair and the jacket. That is NASA astronaut Eric Bowe. He was actually assigned to the Starliner crew flight test mission as part of the original crew alongside Nicole Mann and Chris Ferguson. Just saw him for a split second, and I was double checking to make sure I was recognizing my cosmonauts, but it looked like in the back of the room was Alexander Grabenkin, who is the Russian cosmonaut who flew on the SpaceX Crew 8 mission. That flew about a year and a half ago, lifting off on March 4th of 2024. As it so happens, Crew 8 was the last time that we saw Endeavour fly, making its 5th trip to space and back. Today, with a good liftoff in just a little more than 3.5 hours, will be the first time that a Dragon spacecraft flies for a 6th time. NASA and SpaceX did quite a bit of work in order to certify this Dragon Endeavour in order to fly for a sixth time. And the ultimate goal at the moment is to get out to 15 flights with the Dragon vehicle. Taking a look overhead now from the outside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout facility. You can see their family and friends of the 3 astronauts and cosmonaut eagerly awaiting them to exit the building. Wave goodbye one more time. See the barricades there. Got some members of the media milling out and about as well. Keep your eyes peeled for our Adam Bernstein and Michael Caine cruising around somewhere out there. You see that's one of the black Teslas that'll help transport the astronauts and cosmonaut out to the pad. Their family now is entering. Of course, they're keeping them as cool as possible, so bringing them out now just before the astronauts come out of the O&C. If you head over to our Twitter account or X account, you can see a trio of photos that Adam captured of the license plates for the Teslas that'll be transporting the Crew 11 team. Typically, with the previous missions, we've seen SpaceX work the number of the mission into the message on the license plates. However, they took a different tack this time around, going with live, laugh, and launch. Once the crews board the Tesla vehicles, they have about a 20-minute ride from O&C out to Launch Complex 39A. Taking a look back at our live chat, want to thank Mark Pachotnik for gifting a Spaceflight Now membership. Really appreciate that, Mark. Thank you so much for your generosity. And to our newest gifted member, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. Be sure to thank Mark in the live chat if you haven't already. And we hope you decide to stick around with channel membership. Also want to welcome back Gunnar S. joining us with membership once again at the pad leader level. Glad to have you back on board, Gunnar. As we're currently about 3.5 hours away from liftoff, the teams with SpaceX have actually been getting parts of the rocket ready well in advance of the crew's arrival. Not just the, of course, the advanced team that headed out to the pad in order to start making preparations in the White Room at the end of the crew access arm. But also, given how hot it is and the fact that that played a role in the static fire attempt and the static fire on Monday and Tuesday, respectively, they're doing a little bit of early conditioning there at the pad, hours in advance. Currently, it is about 83 degrees right now as we're just past 8:35 a.m. Eastern. 12:35 UTC for those around the world. Feels like temperature currently 87 degrees, so it is once again a hot and muggy morning here on Florida's Space Coast. Temperatures will climb to about 92 degrees Fahrenheit by the time we hit launch this afternoon. Liftoff, for those who are just joining us, is 12:09 p.m. Eastern, 16:09 UTC. Taking a look back inside the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. Got a nice view of some of the artwork that is adorning the walls there. Very soon we'll see the Crew 11 team make their way out of the suit-up room, walk down that hall and into the elevator. And then we'll be on door watch for them to come out and start greeting their family and friends. Wonderful timing there. You can see the cameras just by the walkway overhead. Cameras trained on the door. That is on the other side of that ramp that you see on the right-hand side of your screen in the big box just beyond the Teslas. Taking a look at those Live, Laugh, Launch license plates that I was just mentioning. All right, Bernstein got a couple of nice photos of those, so you can check those out on both his as well as the Spaceflight Now X accounts. Just under 3.5 hours to go, we should be seeing the astronauts and cosmonaut of Crew 11 making their way out of the O&C in the next few minutes. Time now, T minus 3 hours, 25 minutes, 28 seconds, and counting. According to the timeline of things for the mission today, the crew is expected to depart for the pad coming up about 6 minutes or so before the top of the hour. The hour in local time, not referencing the countdown in this particular instance. Typically, we would have seen the astronauts and cosmonaut come out of the ONC by now in order to keep that timeline. Obviously, they don't want to have the astronauts out in the Florida heat any longer than they absolutely have to be. So there may be some bottleneck somewhere in the process here. We're waiting for the comment, of course, from SpaceX and Mission Control to add.
On countdown, advanced team has in the white room. This is approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. They have until T minus 2 hours and 43 minutes per the green light time, so we have margin.
It's as if their ears were burning. And there you see Zena, Cardman, Mike Fincke, the commander and pilot, walking down the hall. Kimiya, Yui, and Oleg, Platonov, the mission specialists, boarding the elevator, flanked by Joe Akaba and crew. Getting ready to head down and meet their family and friends one last time before making their way out to the pad. Of course, as we just heard, things are running behind in the white room at the end of the crew access arm, so hopefully teams will be able to catch up on the work that they have ahead of them in order to allow for a good launch today. The white room that I was just referring to, that's at the end of the crew access arm that you're seeing there in the skinny box on the right-hand side of your screen. This is a live lookout at the pad at Launch Complex 39A. Here's the reverse shot of that. You can see the black stripe is actually not a black stripe. Those are just windows that, with the lighting in the distance, make it look solid. But at the end of that hallway is where the white room is located, just outside of the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft.
Core on countdown, side hatches opened. This is approximately 15 minutes behind schedule. We still have margin to our T minus 2 hours, 38 minute green light time.
And there you see the crew of Crew 11 coming out to adoring friends, family, and fans.
Coron countdown. Crew walkout is underway on schedule.
From left to right, you see mission specialist and Roscosmos cosmonaut Oleg Platonov. Mike Fincke now in the foreground. Kimiya now closest to us here from JAXA. And Commander Zena Cardman, who is on the far end of the row. This, as with every crew mission, is a well-choreographed movement. Everything is well-timed, and of course they've got margins to play with, as you just heard. Even though the white room is running behind, they do have some latitude there. It looks like Zena Cardman is supported by one of her 2017 Astronaut class crewmates. Looks like Jessica Watkins of the Turtle class. Four members of Crew 11 have a few minutes here to give some final, well wishes to and from their family and friends there, who, of course, are the closest to those barricades, the closest that they are able to get right now in order to keep the quarantine protocol. You can see those family and friends sporting the Crew 11 t-shirts. If you head over to our merch shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com, you can find the Crew 11 mission patch available to buy, with members getting a discount. And yes, that is Jessica Watkins there with the glasses, taking cell phone pictures for Zena. One last wave from Zena as the Tesla doors close. They'll then roll down the windows, allowing the family members to get just a little bit closer for one final goodbye in person. The team are set to spend nominally 6 months, is the current plan, but could spend up to 8 months as NASA and crews are determining an extension of this mission out to 8 months to more closely match what Roscosmos is putting into motion with its Soyuz missions. And it looks like with the gentleman with his back to us in the suit with the sunglasses, that looks like the profile of Sean Duffy, who is the acting NASA administrator. He's also currently the Secretary of Transportation, one of a number of officials within the Trump administration wearing multiple hats. Of course, Jared Isaacman was nominated to assume the administrator role, but had his nomination pulled before the full Senate could get a vote. He was voted favorably out of committee by a 19-9 vote. TBD on when the president will nominate a new NASA administrator, someone to permanently fill this position. As you see, the Teslas are now rolling out. The crew is making their way out to the pad at Launch Complex 39A. As the crew gets in motion, we're actually going to get in motion ourselves as we've got our first
countdown. Lyoseals are removed and installation is complete. This is about 10 minutes behind schedule. Again, we have plenty of margin to our green light time. Team is making up time.
Teams have made up about 5 minutes in the delay that they were experiencing. They were 15 minutes behind, now just 10 minutes behind, so starting to get some pep in their step as we see these helicopter shots of the crew making their way from O&C out to Launch Complex 39A. We're going to pause our commentary for just a moment here as we're getting set up for our first live interview of the day. You're watching live launch coverage of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station from Spaceflight Now. And welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission, where things here at the press site have gotten just a little bit louder. As you can hear and probably see on the live chopper, we've got the astronauts that are coming by the press site right now. As we turn and we can see them coming by the VAB. Some of the advanced security has just gone by. And we've got, of course, the lead Tesla, followed by the one that contains NASA astronauts Zena Cardman and Mike Fincke, the commander and pilot of the Crew 11 mission, followed by Oleg and Kimiya, who are the mission specialists that are in the second vehicle. They're about halfway out to the pad, maybe a little bit more at this point in time, and so the mission is progressing well as the crew is about to get to see their rocket. It's of course launch day, so this will be the last time that they get a really good look at it, hopefully, if all continues to go well, before liftoff. And as the crew continues to progress towards the pad, we're going to progress our conversation about this mission, and we're joined by a wonderful guest right now. We have Mr. Steve Sysloff representing the Commercial Crew Program. And Steve, of course, you know these folks quite well that are about to get on this Falcon 9 rocket and the Dragon spacecraft. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, glad to be here, Will. Wonderful crew. You know, Zena and Mike, Oleg and Kimiya, they all bring such a unique history that they've built up personally, and they're taking it up on this mission. They're really a unique crew. Oleg and Mike, I think that's going to be a joke off. I don't know how Zena and Kimiya are going to handle that, but you know, they're keeping it light. This is Mike's fourth flight to space. He's flown on Soyuz. This is first time on Crew Dragon. He can fly Starliner. Of course, he flew shuttle back in the day. So, you know, it's a good group. Very diverse experience, and I think they're going to pay off for the next 6 or 8 months. Going from one endeavor to another for Mike, so it's kind of a nice full circle moment here. You know, just staying on Mike Fincke for a moment, you know, given the fact that he has this extensive experience both with Soyuz and with shuttle, and spent, you know, the last, you know, more than a decade helping to mature and grow the Commercial Crew Program. Obviously, you've gotten to work with him especially closely. What has he really brought to the table from the astronaut office perspective that has allowed, you know, you with the Commercial Crew Program office to really get a better understanding of these vehicles and how the astronauts need to interact with them? The flight crew perspective means so much, and what Mike brings is he knows the different ways that different systems have worked, and what those different systems require of the flight crew, and what does the flight crew require of the systems. You know, a Soyuz and a shuttle, completely different vehicles, couldn't be more different. And when you're looking at the next generation of spacecraft, whether it's the SpaceX Dragon or the Boeing Starliner, you know, they have different, each one is the product of individual company cultures as well. But what you have with Mike was that whatever it does, it has to do this. Whatever else, or however it gets there, we have these requirements. And that's really, broadly, the Commercial Crew Program has a set of requirements for the spacecraft. And what Mike is able to provide is that really drilled down, what do you need when you're sitting right there in the pilot's seat, when you're sitting in the commander's seat? What do we expect the spacecraft to do? What is nice to have? What has to be there? And it's couldn't be more valuable. And of course, you know, this is Zena's first flight, but sort of giving an example of the benefit of having, you know, dissimilar redundancy with these two vehicles. Talk about the importance of being able to have someone like Zena pivot so quickly from Crew 9 to Crew 11 as you were accounting for some of the hiccups that came along with Starliner. Yeah, really, Zena is such a top-class individual, brings a lot of different experience, Antarctica trips and everything like that, and really what she's learned, I think, and kind of the way it's been described by different folks who know her really well, is you know, someone who's very flexible, very adaptable. She had been commander of Crew 9 when the mission operations changed and the mission needs changed. You know, she was able to float right up into, so to speak, this Crew 11 position. She did give up her commander seat on Crew 9. That was so that Butch and Sonny, who were up, who had gone up on Starliner, could come back on that Crew 9 mission. But now she gets to live that first flight experience. We're getting ready for her to launch for her very first time, and you know, everyone who has worked with her really speaks to her very high caliber adaptability when it comes to that.
And of course, this is a Dragon flight day, but work still continues on the Starliner, just a little bit down the road at the C3PF, the Commercial Crew and Cargo Processing Facility, right?
Absolutely. We've wanted from the beginning for there to be at least two different spacecraft. We have those with Dragon. We're on our 11th crew rotation mission, 12th flight overall, including Demo 2. So with Starliner still in development, still doing the test flights. We had the crewed flight test with Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams, and right now it's a summer test campaign. There's always going to be things that you have to work out when it comes to these spacecraft, especially ones that carry people. And it's so that work continues, and then we'll see what's next for Starliner.
And of course, in one of those mission specialist seats is Oleg Platonov, who I believe is the 7th Russian who's flying on a Dragon vehicle. Obviously, the seat swap agreement continues to work pretty well for NASA and Roscosmos. Talk about that extended partnership as we're just coming off of the 50th anniversary of Apollo-Soyuz, and we heard yesterday from NASA and Roscosmos leadership about the importance of continuing not just through the end of station's life, but beyond that.
Really, when you look at the International Space Station, 25 years this year of habitation up there, it has always been an international crew. There's never been an only American or only Russian crew on the space station, not in those 25 years. And that is something that you kind of take for granted because it's been working really well, but it's something that takes a lot of work and a lot of dedication. So the seat swapping that we do is very valuable for that. Astronauts have been flying up on Soyuz. Cosmonauts have been flying up on the American vehicles, and that cross-culture application. Everybody has a different way, a little bit different perspective to look at things, and it's really the best way to get those different approaches. Russia has a history of low Earth orbit, a history of space station. They brought that into Mir. And NASA learned a lot on Mir by going up to Mir, and now applying all of that to the space station. It's not just learning how to build a spacecraft, it's learning how to operate it effectively across those cultural barriers.
And how to live continuously in that low Earth orbit space.
And work and make it a productive, useful place to be.
Last question to you, because I know it's a little hot and steamy. We all like to get back into the AC. This, of course, is the first time that we're seeing a Dragon spacecraft fly for a 6th time. As the work continues to certify out to 15, you just talk about this moment in that process, given the importance of Dragon to CCP.
Well, this spacecraft, Endeavour, is a workhorse of the Dragon fleet, the 6th mission. When it comes to making sure that the spacecraft is going to be good, NASA and SpaceX work hand in hand. And really what you're seeing is a reusability level that allows a lot of flexibility. When you don't have a brand new spacecraft each time, it really gives you a lot of ability to determine where in the calendar you're going to be ready, and just like when you're driving a car. So you really want it to be reliable. That's what we're seeing with this.
And look forward to more reliability. Of course, we're just under 3 hours now from the planned launch of Crew 11 mission. Steve Seislauf, thank you so much for joining us, sir.
Thank you, Will. Glad to do it.
And of course, we've got lots more live coverage coming for you in the next 3 hours before liftoff, so don't go anywhere. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station.
Coron countdown, advanced team have completed their preps for crew arrival, and crew are heading up the tower on schedule.
And our thanks again to Steve Sysloff with the Commercial Crew Program. You're seeing our first two duo from the Crew 11 mission. These are the NASA astronauts, Zena Cardman and Mike Fincke, commander and pilot, striking a pose, pumping some fists, getting ready to head all the way up to the space level before getting inside that Dragon spacecraft. Of course, the elevator only takes them so far up the crew access tower. Once they get to the top floor, they do have one last flight of stairs. There you see Zena and Mike that are at the end of that platform there. In case of an emergency and the side hatch has not been closed and the emergency escape system is not armed, the arrows that you were just seeing on the floor there, those guide to the emergency egress system here at Launch Complex 39A. Like a fancy zip line that will lead the astronauts and crew away. All smiles, though. Nothing to worry about at this point. Fist-pumped smiles abound as Zena Cardman and Mike Fincke make their way down the hall of the crew access arm. Really nice view of the Space Coast. You can see the NASA meatball just behind Zena. It's tradition for NASA for all commercial crew program astronauts to sign their name around the meatball before they go ahead and head into the Dragon spacecraft. Not sure if they already did this during the dry dress rehearsal back on Monday. Oh, looks like the answer to that is no. The Sharpie has been handed off, and it looks like Zena is first up to add her signature to an ever-expanding list. You can see the signatures of Doug Hurley and Bob Behnken with the DM2 beside them. Those were the first two to fly on board this particular Dragon spacecraft named Endeavour. One of those SpaceX ninjas tucking the name tags into Zena's flight suit so that they're safely stowed and out of the way.
Core on countdown. Crew are in the white room, and this is on schedule.
Let me check. As Oleg and Kimiya make their way up the elevator, you can see NASA astronaut Zena Cardman is first to her seat on board Dragon Endeavour. She'll be followed by pilot Mike Fincke. For Mike Fincke, this will be the third different vehicle that he will take into space, having flown twice on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft and once on board a space shuttle orbiter. Coincidentally, that was the orbiter named Endeavour on STS-134, the final flight of that shuttle. You can see Oleg Platonov and Kimiya that have now reached the end of the crew access arm. They'll be making their way down that corridor as well momentarily. As we heard from the SpaceX mission audio, things are progressing on time now as far as crew ingress. And here they come. Kimiya on the left, Oleg Platonov on the right, the two mission specialists of Crew 11. Kimiya is flying for a second time. Oleg is flying for his first. Currently T-minus 2 hours, 48 minutes, 28 seconds, and counting to the planned liftoff of the Crew 11 mission. You see the number of signatures that are surrounding the SpaceX logo to the right of the NASA meatball. Those are representing the commercial astronauts that have flown on board Dragon, lifting off from this pad. Of course, you had Inspiration 4 being the first of those, alongside the now 4 Axiom missions to the International Space Station, and the other free flyer, Polaris Dawn. To date, there have only been 3 individuals who have flown aboard a Dragon vehicle twice, and those are astronauts representing those commercial missions, all commanders, of course. Jared Isaacman, Peggy Whitson, and Michael Lopez Alegria. Mike LA commanded the AX-1 and 3 missions, Peggy, AX-2 and 4, and Jared flew Inspiration 4 and Polaris Dawn. Now that he is no longer in contention for the NASA administrator job, it'll be interesting to see what happens with the Polaris program, if he returns to that fairly quickly, or if, as he has suggested in some appearances on various podcasts and in articles, if he may decide to run for office instead. TBD on that one. Time now T minus 2 hours, 42 minutes, 40 seconds and counting. The 4 members of Crew 11 now safely inside the Dragon spacecraft as the closeout crew are helping to make sure that they're situated in their seats and begin the process of clearing the side hatch before it needs to be closed. Coming up on the bottom of the hour here in Florida, just a little before 9:30 Eastern. If you're just now joining us, you're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. 3 astronauts, 1 cosmonaut, heading up to low Earth orbit for a minimum 6-month stay on the International Space Station. It could potentially be extended out to 8 months, and that would be a nominal mission they're looking to extend in order to more closely align with what Roscosmos is doing.
SpaceX, Dragon, ready for sound checks.
SpaceX copies, we are configured, so seat 1, seat 2, seat 3, seat 4, comm check.
Seat 1, loud and clear.
2, loud and clear.
3, loud and clear. Seat 4, loud and clear.
Core, loud and clear. Umbilical comm check complete. Report when ready for seat rotation.
Time now T minus 2 hours, 37 minutes, 47 seconds and counting. for good comm checks. Before that side hatch is closed, they'll perform the seat rotation maneuver that's coming up in about 10 minutes. And that'll be followed shortly thereafter by performing a good suit leak check like you saw them do inside the suit up room in the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building. You just saw the crew thanking the closeout crew, helping them get ready and get in position for their launch coming up in just about 2.5 hours from now.
SpaceX, Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Copy, ready for seat rotation. All other teams are ready, so we will be initiating seat rotation now.
Copy.
There go the seats rotating back into the launch position. This will be more comfortable for the astronauts during the actual ascent from Launch Complex 39A. You can see some of their belongings as well as that red emergency bag that is stored beneath them. The Dragon was ultimately designed to have as many as 7 passengers on board, though the biggest configuration that we've seen with proper seats has been what you see right here with those 4 seats and 4 crew members maximum.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the launch position. With that, you are go for Section 2, suit leak check preparation.
Nice pushing on the signatures there.
Copy, tear complete. You have a go for Section 3 suit leak check.
Copy, go for section 3.
Good conversation back and forth between SpaceX Mission Control and Zena Cardman, of course, the commander of the Crew 9 mission. Well, this is her first time flying to space. This flow for the Crew 11 mission adds to the experience that she gained as the commander who trained for the launch of Crew 9 before that lineup was ultimately altered last year to make space for NASA astronauts Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams to come back from the station on Dragon Freedom. All 4 of these astronauts and cosmonaut came from different missions to find their way to Crew 11. Of course, Zena coming from Crew 9. Both Mike Fincke and Kimiya Yui were training for the Starliner 1 mission before they were reassigned to Crew 11. And Oleg Platonov was training to be a backup crew member for a Soyuz flight, along with Tracy Caldwell Dyson and another cosmonaut. However, the medical board during evaluations made a determination that for one reason or another he was not fit to fly at that time, and so that was an opportunity missed for him, and then he was assigned for a crew seat swap and was the backup mission specialist for Crew 10 in preparation for flying this mission here, Crew 11. Nice helicopter view of Launch Complex 39A here, taking a look at the Falcon 9 rocket with a Crew Dragon spacecraft up top. Talking about the Falcon 9 for a moment, this particular booster has the tail number of B1094 in the SpaceX fleet. It will be flying for a 3rd time after previously launching the Starlink 12-10 mission back in late April, as well as Axiom Mission 4 last month. The booster has had a couple of issues in the ramp up to AX4. Going back to the Starlink mission, there was an oxygen leak. Calling a bit of an audible here, asking...
Dragon for nominal seats.
Dragon, we see the same. Closeout team will perform final closeout steps and then exit the capsule. You can proceed to Section 4, side hatch close, and report when ready to close hatch.
Copies. Proceeding section 4. Wilco.
With good leak checks performed, the side hatch closure is now in work there at Launch Complex 39A. The hatch should be closed by just a little bit before 10 o'clock Eastern this morning, 1400 UTC.
Dragon SpaceX, comm check.
SpaceX, Dragon, loud and clear.
Core has you loud and clear. Tedra's comm check is complete. Stand by for comm checks with DC, MD, and LD in the launch configuration.
Dragon, DC on countdown 1, comm check.
DC, Dragon, loud and clear.
DC loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with MD.
Dragon, MD on countdown 1, comm check.
MD, Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear as well. Stand by for comm check over Dragon to ground. Dragon, MD on Dragon to ground, comm check.
MD, Dragon, loud and clear.
MD loud and clear. Stand by for comm checks with LD.
Dragon, LD on countdown 1 with a comm check.
LD, Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear. Stand by for comm check on Dragon to ground. Dragon, LD, Dragon to ground, comm check.
LD, Dragon, loud and clear.
LD loud and clear.
Dragon SpaceX, launch configuration comm checks are complete.
Dragon copies, and crew are ready for side hatch closure.
Copy, crew readiness for side hatch closure. Closeout team is taking final steps in prep for that closure, so stand by for that in a few minutes. The vehicle will then transition to pad hatch closed. Ensure all items are secure from now through launch.
Dragon copies, Wilco.
You can think of this moment as if you were flying on a plane where you would stow your tray tables, bring your seat backs into the upright and locked position for takeoff. Of course, they want to make sure that everything is stowed properly so that there aren't any unexpected surprises during, obviously, the very energetic moments of liftoff through the first burn of the Merlin vacuum engine. Now, just about 2 hours, 23 and a half minutes to go before the flight of Dragon Endeavour with 4 crew members on board. As we're waiting the closure of the side hatch, want to take a beat and just talk about where this Falcon 9 rocket is going to be flying today. For those of you who are in the area of Central Florida, you should have some really nice views of this Falcon 9 rocket. Given the time of day, it may be a little hard for folks uphill to see this vehicle as it makes its way along the coast of eastern seaboard here in the United States. But if you are in Central Florida, especially if you're in Brevard, and depending on how close you are to the pad, you may hear a sonic boom as the first stage booster comes back for a landing at landing zone 1. Notable today, this will be the planned final use of landing zone 1 by SpaceX. 2 companies, Via Space and Phantom Space, are in the early stages of bringing their rockets to bear at Launch Complex 13, where landing zones 1 and 2 are located. As teams are going through the side hatch closure, keep your eyes on that iPad there in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. They're going to be taking photos and sending them back to Mission Control so that not just the closeout crew ninjas, but also support teams with bigger screens can see if there's any potential foreign object debris. You might hear the call out of FOD. That's what that reference is. Something as you would think not important as just a human hair can be enough to trigger a FOD alert when they're performing a hatch closure. So they really want to maintain a perfectly pristine seal on that side hatch, and well, you can understand why. The protective cover has now been removed. They have those extra pieces of padding as the crew is both ingressing and egressing, going in and out of the Dragon vehicle in order to as perfectly protect that side hatch as possible, so that in the event that one of either the crew members or the closeout crew happens to step on it or bump it, they're not actually bumping into the physical hatch itself. As the closeout crew continues their thorough assessment of the hatch to make sure that there is nothing that they're missing, you see them taking photos all along the way. Time now T minus 2 hours, 15 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. Hatch closure work continues on. Let's give you a little bit more detail about the 4 members of Crew 11 who are getting ready to fly in a little more than 2 hours. First up is Zena Cardman, the commander of the Crew 11 mission. 37 years old, born in Urbana, Illinois. She was a geologist and researcher who studied at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, earning her Bachelor's of Science as well as a master's degree. She was in the midst of earning her PhD when she got the call that she was accepted into the astronaut course. So TBD if she's going to go back and finish that, but seems like she's on a pretty good career trajectory, even if that doesn't happen and she doesn't get the title of Dr. Cardman. She was selected as a member of the NASA astronaut class of 2017, known as the Turtles. As we mentioned earlier on the broadcast, she was previously set to fly as the commander of the Crew 9 mission before being reassigned to Crew 11. And this will be her first trip to space. And it looks like everyone is in agreement with how the hatch looked. So that side hatch is coming down. And we'll await the call for a good side hatch closure, which should be coming up momentarily. Crew's continuing to confirm that they have a good side hatch closure, going through their various steps as you can sort of make out on that iPad. Continuing on with our overview of the Crew 11 cadre, you have mission pilot Mike Fincke, 58 years old, son of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He was a member of the 1996 astronaut class. Before becoming an astronaut, he served in the U.S. Air Force beginning in 1990 and retired from the Air Force in August of 2011, shortly after the conclusion of the Space Shuttle program and his first and only flight on board a shuttle. It was STS-134. He has flown to space 3 times. He's making his 4th trip to space today, if all continues to move well over the next 2 hours and change. First couple of flights on a Soyuz spacecraft, as you can see there, on Expedition 9 and Expedition 18, before flying STS-134 in 2011. To date, Mike Fincke has amassed 381 days, 15 hours, and 11 minutes in space. He's done 9 spacewalks, totaling 48 hours and 37 minutes of spacewalking time. Kimiya Yui is Mission Specialist number 1, representing the Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency, otherwise known as JAXA. Born in Kawakami, Japan, he was selected as part of the 2009 astronaut group. And, fun fact, one of his astronaut candidate classmates, Takuya Onishi, is currently on board the space station.
Dragon SpaceX, we're commencing health check for launch escape system. You can expect a momentary flight computer state change, followed by transition back to pad hatch closed.
Dragon copies.
As I was mentioning about Takuya Onishi, this will be the first time that 2 JAXA astronauts from the same astronaut candidate class meet on orbit, so this will be a special moment for these two. Kimiya calls Takuya one of his best friends. So an extra special moment we'll see once that hatch opens on the station and these two get to meet on orbit. As part of his training for his role in space as an astronaut, he participated in one of the underwater training exercises referred to as NEMO back in 2012. He's flown to space once before on the Expedition 44/45 mission and has amassed a total of 141 days, 16 hours, and 9 minutes in space. Rounding out Crew 11 is the Roscosmos cosmonaut, Oleg Platonov. The 39-year-old was born in part of Russia, which was named as part of the former Soviet Union. He was appointed to his cosmonaut class along with 7 other men back in 2018. He served in the Russian Air Force from 2008 until 2018 when he joined the Cosmonaut Corps and began a 2-year training regimen. He completed that work and was named as a test cosmonaut in December of 2020, and this will be his first flight to space. Here are the mission milestones that we're working towards. Launch coming up at 12:09 and 24 seconds in the afternoon, 16:09:24 UTC. The Dragon spacecraft is set to separate from the Falcon 9's second stage about 10 minutes after a liftoff, and a docking coming up after a roughly 39-hour phasing period set for just about 3 a.m. on Saturday, August 2nd. We're coming up on 2 hours away from the liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket with the Crew Dragon Endeavour on top. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank the little more than 1,400 of you who are watching along with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Our photography team has been hard at work making sure that we capture all the angles on this Falcon flight and the crew on board. If you're not following the fellas on X, you can find them at their handles here. Adam is at ABurn NYC, Michael Kane at MD Kane Jr. John Pisani is at John Pisani Photo. And be sure to follow Spaceflight Now, simply at Spaceflight Now. You can find us on Threads, Blue Sky, and Facebook.
Dragon SpaceX, we have completed side hatch leak check. It was successful, so the teams are completing their final closeout steps for the crew arm and will be departing the pad here shortly. For Dragon and Falcon 9, both vehicles are healthy, so we are looking good for our launch today.
Dragon copies. Successful side hatch leak check. Looking good for weather. Feeling great for launch today.
We are just under 2 hours away from the planned liftoff of the Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. If you're just now joining us, you're watching live coverage from Spaceflight Now. Coming up in the next couple of minutes, we're going to be joined by a special guest to talk about human science that is going to be performed on this Crew 11 mission to the International Space Station. Closeout continues, and so we're just about to tee up that interview, so we'll be back with more commentary in just a moment. You're watching live coverage from Spaceflight Now. And welcome back to Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission. We're just about 2 hours away from the planned liftoff of the SpaceX Dragon spacecraft, sitting atop a Falcon 9 rocket out there at Historic Launch Complex 39A. We talked a little bit about the commercial crew program with Steve Seislov, and now I want to bring in yet another Steve, but this time talking more about some of the science that's going to be involved with Crew 11 as opposed to the flight to get to that important research station. So Steve, Platts.
Yep.
Sorry, I was so close.
Yeah.
Steve Platts, Director of Human Research with the ISS program. Thank you so much for joining us today.
Sure, no problem.
And so there are 10 principal experiments that are going to be done by this crew. We've heard a little bit about Cypher that is involved with Zena Cardman. I guess if you want to start there, and then we'll delve into some of the other science mission operations that they're going to be conducting.
Sure. Cypher is a large experiment, and essentially it's looking at every human system that you can imagine. There are 14 separate experiments that we all put together so that we could get a broad range of how the human body is being affected. Everything from vision, cardiovascular system, sensory motor system, mental health, everything you can think of is part of that experiment. What we're trying to do is get a better feel for the time course of how things change, how things are affected. So we have some shorter missions, we have some longer missions, some of the extended missions that we've been able to do. And so from that we can patch it together and try and create a model to predict what's going to happen for Mars travel.
And Zena mentioned that this was going to be something she was involved with, whether she was on Crew 9 or now on Crew 11. How do you decide which astronauts are going to be involved and sort of how to place those timetables, to create the perfect picture?
Well, that's a great question. So it's really complex. What we do is we put together different scenarios that the crew can participate in, and then we tell them a little bit about each experiment, and they get to choose. So all human research is 100% voluntary, so the crew gets to pick what they're doing, and then they give us a survey of what they're interested in. We put that all together, see what works. Some things don't work well with others, like if you're testing a treatment, you don't want to then also do an experiment looking at how it's changing because they'll conflict, right? And so we put all those together, we come up with 10 different scenarios, and we pick the best one and work with the crew office on how that all works.
And so since Zena is the subject du jour, what is her frame of reference here? What is her focus?
So she's participating in that experiment. Like I said, 14 experiments all put together. It's kind of the broad mix. And so hers will be what we're calling standard duration missions, so sort of right in the middle, and that gives us a place to work from as we do the analysis and see how the body's being affected over time.
And of course, as we talk about extending out to long duration missions on the moon, eventually Mars, someday, in the distant future far beyond that, there's a lot that we still need to know about human physiology, human psychology. In these other 9 experiments that you're going to be conducting with this crew, can you talk about some of the ones that are really designed to enhance our ability to travel farther and stay longer outside of our little protected bubble here on Earth?
Absolutely. One that we're doing is called manual piloting, and that is to simulate landings on the moon and longer term on Mars. And we're looking at how the G transitions that the crew members will see will affect their ability to land the vehicle. So we have simulators that are like a video game, but they're very similar to what we expect it to be. And they're controlling, and we're moving everything like this and back and forth and challenging the body and challenging the sensory motor system to adapt, and we see how well they can land that vehicle. We also have studies looking at the eyeball, because we have something called SANS, and it can affect the shape of the eye and the structure of the eye, potentially the vision, and it also has some effects on the brain. And so we have multiple experiments on Crew 11 that will be looking at that particular phenomenon so we can understand it and also treat it.
And for that ocular study, will that be sort of done piecemeal over the course of their 6 to 8 month stay, or does that happen in a narrow pocket of their mission?
It's everything. So we have pre-flight measurements that have already been done. We have multiple in-flight measurements over the course of the mission, and then we have multiple post-flight, so we can get a feel for how everything's doing, what part, and that's important for that time course that we talked about a little bit too. Is it something that happens early in mission? Is it something that only happens late in mission? And then the recovery, how well do they recover? Is this something that's just going to affect them in space and then they're fine when they come home? Or is it potentially more of a long-term health issue that we need to be concerned about?
And as far as the study looking at landing on the moon, obviously we've had a number of Apollo missions that did see a pair of astronauts touch down on the lunar surface. What are we specifically going to be learning through this experiment that we either weren't paying as close enough attention to during the Apollo era or really want to lock into that's going to be especially important given larger landers with, greater impact and, potentially G-force?
And different parts of the moon.
Right.
So the geology is a little bit different. We want to see how well their body responds to those G transitions and their control. So it affects things like cognition, sensory motor balance, how you perceive things, right? So distance and all of those kind of things all come together. Think about how complex it is to try and land a vehicle on the moon, right? Incredibly complex. And I mentioned it feels like a video game, but it's serious, right? And so they have multiple controllers and we're studying every tiny little movement and how they're affected. And that's another thing we're doing pre-flight. We have trainers on the station so we can do some in-flight measurements and then also post-flight to see how the full range of the mission affects them.
And of course, we've got the rocket for Artemis 2 stacked inside the VAB, mostly stacked. Behind us, the Artemis 3 mission, which will have the landing, is coming up in mid-27. How will this fold into that first landing? Is this something that, once you have this data, then you sit down with the SpaceX mission management team and the folks at the Human Landing System Office at Marshall Space Flight Center? Or how does this research, really come to the fore?
For us, it's really a two-phase thing. One is, how do we safely land on the moon? So all the work we're doing now is to get us to that point. Once we're there, what we're really thinking about is, how does this get us to Mars, right? And so we'll use everything we gather on lunar landings, lunar surface ops, all of that on getting us to Mars.
Well, Steve, I know there's a bunch of stuff that we could be talking about today. Obviously, your time is very precious, so thank you so much for taking the time to talk with us, and look forward to hearing all the results of these fantastic experiments happening.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And of course, we've got much more live coverage with an hour and 48 minutes to go before the liftoff of the Crew 11 flight. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Crew 11. We'll be right back with more commentary. Time now T minus 1 hour, 41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Want to thank Steve Platz for his time and talking about his work with the Human Research Program and what's coming up with Crew 11 once they are launched to the space station.
Dragon SpaceX, closeout team has departed the crew arm.
Dragon copies.
Just under an hour, 38 minutes to go. As you heard, the closeout crew has departed the pad, going a safe distance away from LC-39A, but staying as close as possible up to the point through liftoff in case they are needed to return back to Launch Complex 39A. With every mission, especially human spaceflight missions, the mission patch for this flight is always great to see. Want to bring in the Crew 11 mission patch designed by the crew themselves. You can actually find this patch for purchase on our shop, which is shop.spaceflightnow.com. Channel members here on YouTube get a discount for purchases made through our shop. We just showed you the patches designed by the crew. Let's show you the other patch for this particular flight, as designed by the launch provider, which of course is SpaceX today, lending emphasis to the Falcon 9's upper stage with that Merlin vacuum engine placed prominently in the foreground, Dragon Endeavour up top. Looks like it's cresting over an orbital sunrise with the Falcon first stage booster B1094 just atop the word crew. As a reminder, after the point of stage separation, the booster will perform a flip maneuver and aim for a return back at landing zone 1. This will be the final time that SpaceX will land a booster at that particular landing site, as it's in the process of turning over Launch Complex 13 to Viaspace and Phantom Space for the use of their own small orbital launch vehicles. For now, though, SpaceX will continue to make use of Landing Zone 2 when it has Falcon 9 rocket launches that result in a booster that needs to come back or is able to come back for a touchdown at the landing zone. Part of the updates from how the Space Force is managing the spaceport here at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station is that each launch provider that wants to have a propulsive landing of its booster back on land needs to do so back at its landing or its launch site. So SpaceX will soon no longer be able to land at either LZ1 or 2 when eventually again that pad will fully turn over to Via and Phantom. TBD on exactly when Phantom Space is supposed to launch their first mission, but most recent update we've received from Viaspace is that they're tracking their first launch sometime in 2026. Of course, that'll probably depend on the timeline to convert the pad to meet their launch needs and have a rocket that's ready to launch. Via's two-stage rocket is called the Dauntless, able to deliver about 500 kilograms to low Earth orbit on a rocket that's about 22.3 meters in length. Phantom Space, their rocket is called Daytona. It's capable of carrying about 600 plus kilograms to low Earth orbit. Advertises its rocket as priced at about $6 million per pop. As we look out over Launch Complex 39A, you can see quite a bit of work is in flow here at the pad. The Starship Orbital Launch Tower, which is just beyond the Caraxes Arm and Dragon nose cone from this vantage point. That'll be used to launch SpaceX's more than 400-foot tall Starship Super Heavy booster, Starship rocket up top, Super Heavy booster down below. You can see the black Teslas that brought the crew out to the pad are now making their way down the ramp. Time now, T-minus 1 hour, 23 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. We've talked about the commercial crew program writ large. We've talked about some of the human-facing science that the Crew 11 astronauts are going to be conducting while on the orbiting outpost. Coming up in the next few minutes, we've got another researcher to talk to, this time from just up the state at the University of Florida. We're going to be talking about some seed science. So stick around. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of the Crew 11 mission. We're going to get that interview for you in just a moment here. Also want to thank a couple folks in the live chat before we get to that. Thanks to channel member Chuck Close, who's been a member with us now for 26 months at the spacecraft commander level. Always appreciate you being here, Chuck. Chuck says, beautiful morning for today's Crew 11. Weather certainly is quite nice by all accounts. Channel member Lloyd Green with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Lloyd. Really appreciate the support today. Good to see you. And with some great words, Super Tech Boy with a $2 super chat saying for Will's Adult Space Camp Fund. Never did have the chance to go to space camp as a kid, so I've done some cursory looking into what it would take over at the Marshall Space Flight Center nearby at space camp. It is very tempting, so thank you for the nudge. Again, we've got University of Florida researcher Wagner Vendram coming up with us to talk about seed science that's going to be conducted on the International Space Station, helping to better grow crops that can withstand extreme conditions and help for the future of agriculture, not only here on Earth, but for deep space exploration as well. You're watching Spaceflight Now's live coverage of Crew 11. And welcome back to our live coverage here at Spaceflight Now of the Crew 11 mission. We are just about an hour and 12 minutes away from the planned liftoff of this 4-member crew up to the International Space Station. Now, throughout the course of our coverage, we've talked about the commercial crew program itself. We've talked about some of the human science that's going to be going on. But let's talk about some of the extra researchers that you don't always necessarily get to hear about that go to the space station, that are doing a lot of work around the country, and they get to get called up to the big leagues, in part by the gentleman who's joining me right now. This is Pat O'Neill, representing the ISS National Lab. I've been working with them for, oh gosh, how many years now, Pat? Have you been
ISS
with
National
Lab?
Lab?
Over a decade now. Right?
Over a decade. I've been with the ISS National Lab now for more than 13 years. So every single launch that has flown to the space station where National Lab research has gone up, I've had the privilege of being a part of it. So it's been quite a journey.
Quite a journey, and quite a bit of science that's going to be flying with this crew, and that they're going to be doing over the course of 6 to potentially 8 months. Yep. From edge computing to some gene research. You've got folks from all over the country that are involved with this flight.
We really do, and there's a diverse mixture of investigations that are going to be flying over the next few missions. So there's not so much science that's going to be flying on this crew mission, but again, over the next couple of months, we're going to be having some resupply missions. That's going to be packed full of a whole bunch of great science goodies, ranging from life sciences, physical sciences, technology demonstrations, student-led investigations, projects funded by the National Science Foundation. So the crew's going to be very, very busy, and we're very excited about the work that they're going to be able to perform.
And of course, the next cargo flight that's going up is Commercial Resupply Services 33. That Dragon's going to be doing a little bit of extra lifting, both literally and figuratively, for the station. What's flying up with that mission?
So on that mission, we're going to see a lot of biomedical research that's going to be taking flight. Our friends from NASA have been funding investigations focused on in-space production applications. So how can we use the space station to actually manufacture elements that can be brought to either consumers or patients here on Earth, as well as things that could be used as we continue to go beyond the space station, whether that be the moon or Mars. So there is a project from Cedars-Sinai. They are a frequent flyer to the International Space Station. They're going to be looking at kind of some personalized medicine components that could be leveraged for more effective therapeutics for us here on Earth and again beyond. On top of that too, we're going to be having some vascular tissue investigations that are flying. So there's a partnership with NASA called the Vascular Tissue Challenge, where representatives from Wake Forest Institute for Regenerative Medicine will be launching a project looking to see how can we print eventually organs or tissues in space, again, for either patients here on Earth or maybe for astronauts living and working in space. So there's a lot of great stuff that's flying from a biomedical perspective. And then you also hit on AI, edge computing. There's some really exciting projects that are flying in collaboration, one with Axiom Space and Red Hat, that's going to be, again, looking at edge computing components. One of the big issues that we've had on station for many, many years is that bandwidth. I mean, here you are, you're on a space station that's 250 miles above Earth, but being able to transfer data back and forth would be very helpful, not only for the astronauts that are living and working and performing the research on station, but also for the investigators that are on the ground. If there's ways for them to analyze their research in near real-time data, then maybe there's things that we could do to iterate that science while it's still on station before it returns back to Earth, and that could potentially save years on future investigations and advancements much faster for all of us across the board. So excited about that mission. There's a lot of great stuff that's flying.
Great headline, ISS National Lab, Advancing Advancements.
Advancing Advancements.
And just staying on the topic of communications, obviously NASA SCAN has been working on, collaborating with some commercial partners in helping to, extend the bandwidth that's possible as we start to move away from the aging TDRS system. How does this kind of fold into, the greater tapestry of communications, especially as we're looking towards the end of the International Space Station?
Well, we're seeing a variety of partners that are looking at trying to find ways of increasing bandwidth on station. And I think that, the more opportunities we have to validate various technologies, the better off we're going to be across the board. And that's not only going to be helpful for this space station, but also for future space platforms in low Earth orbit. And again, this is why we have the space station, is to be able to test and validate these types of technologies. So again, there's going to be a lot of these tech demos going to be flying both on future CRS missions and missions down the road, and we're only going to get more and more knowledge out of this, and it's going to be more helpful for the research community as we go forward.
You mentioned Axiom Space partnering with Red Hat. Would this factor into the Axiom station, or is this technology that could fold out to some of the other commercial station partners that are coming online in the future?
That's a great question. I mean, as of right now, the partnership is strictly with Axiom, but that doesn't mean that one day down the road there might be knowledge that's gained that could be insightful for other space platforms. And that's, again, that's why you have commercial partners partners that are able to lend their expertise and help to validate their technologies. And if that could be advantageous for other partners down the road too, fantastic.
You know, as we're standing here talking at the end of July, you know, up at Capitol Hill, we're going through the budget cycle right now. And, you know, I wonder, has the ISS National Lab run into any challenges, or how do things kind of look like from your side of the coin, as well as, you know, the others that are connected to all the science, you know, looking at the landscape that we're in right now?
Well, obviously, you know, we recognize that there are some conversations that are happening up on the Hill, but our job is to fill the space station with as many compelling research investigations as possible. And what I can tell you from a national lab perspective is our pipeline is full, and that we've seen tremendous demand and interest in leveraging the space station, and we're excited to continue to work with those partners and be able to send great research to the space station for as long as we're allowed to.
Obviously choosing among children, so maybe an impossible question. Is there an experiment that's going to be conducted over the span of Crew 11 that you're especially excited for?
You're right, it is like picking my favorite child right there.
I know. Maybe not the favorite, but just one that's, you know, just comes to mind right now.
Well, I mean, I'm always a fan of anything that we are doing that is kind of a first, or something that could push the boundaries for how it is we're able to do R&D in the future. So, you know, we've talked quite a bit about edge computing and technology and the tech demos that are going to be taking place within that. That to me is exciting because, again, that could really increase or accelerate in, the knowledge that we are looking for, especially for like biomedical investigations. And so if we're able to accelerate you know, a potential drug candidate or a therapeutic, as opposed to sending it back down and then launching it back up in a couple of years, that to me is exciting and compelling, because that's going to be really, really helpful for, you know, the research community as well as for patients here on the ground that are looking for therapeutics to go out there and improve the quality of their lives.
And last question, as we're, you know, just wrapping up here, looking at the clock, just about an hour and some change left before liftoff. Obviously, the ISS National Lab, principally working with the International Space Station, of course, in the name. Have you started having conversations with some of the, you know, bespoke players like Varda that are, you know, doing research but not necessarily going to station, but, you know, operating in low Earth orbit, sending stuff back down? What are those conversations like, if they've started already?
So we do have a lot of conversations with those types of companies. Some of them are actively partners with us, but Varda is a great example. There's research partners that we have also worked with. So Merck as a great example. You know, they have worked with the Varda team. But what I've also found too is that there's such a collaborative spirit about what's happening in space, in low Earth orbit. And, you know, our team is always excited to talk with those people that are trying to push the boundaries. And we're happy to go and give insights on what it is that we've been able to see over our years of managing the ISS National Lab, and we hope that that's going to allow them to find partners and be successful in their own endeavors.
Here's hoping. Pat O'Neill with the ISS National Lab. Yeah. Always good to see you, my
Always
friend.
a pleasure.
And of course, we've still got an hour and 4.5 minutes left before the liftoff of the Falcon 9 rocket. You hear the chopper going overhead. Don't go anywhere. Spaceflight Now's got lots more coverage coming right your way. Stay with us. Our thanks again to Patrick O'Neill with the ISS National Lab. Currently T-minus 1 hour, 1 minute, 53 seconds and counting to the planned liftoff. Coming up at the T-minus 1 hour mark is when teams will give a weather briefing. One last look ahead at what's coming for the crew. Starting to see a little venting there at the pad as well. That is typical, as SpaceX is about an hour away from a planned launch. Meteorologists heading into this mission forecast a 90% chance for favorable weather at liftoff. However, they were citing possible concerns with cumulus clouds as just the one lingering thing that might create an impact here. You're seeing more clouds that have been building in throughout the course of the latter part of the window here. Want to truck it on over to this double shot. You can see the clouds forming behind the vehicle assembly building.
Dragon SpaceX, we're cycling orbit tank isolation valves to equalize low flow pressure.
Dragon copy.
1 hour and counting. Less than 59 minutes remaining on the clock. You can see some of the photographers setting up at the edge of the press lawn. Generally speaking, we're also about 20 minutes away from the call on the start of propellant load. Generally speaking, and that happens at T-minus.
Dragon SpaceX, you have a go for section 5. When ready, report go for launch.
Dragon copies. Go for 4.100, section 5. Wilco.
.5 minutes to go. The ISS team at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, has pulled go to receive the international crew. Taking a live look.
SpaceX, Dragon, go for launch.
SpaceX copies, crew are go for launch.
So the station has pulled that they are ready to receive the crew is ready to launch. Of course, the next big question is the launch team, ready to pull go for the start of fueling? Time now, T-minus 54 minutes, 43 seconds and counting. Taking a look at our live chat here, I want to thank the little more than 2,400 of you who are joining with us live today. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and sharing the stream to allow some more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. As we're awaiting an update on the start of propellant load, want to quickly step through with you on the remaining milestones left in the countdown timeline for a good liftoff today. We'll see the crew arm retract at T-minus 42 minutes. The launch escape system will then be armed at T-minus 39 minutes. So in the case of an emergency, at that point, the crew has a quick way to get away from the Falcon 9 rocket in, again, an emergency scenario. Once the go-ahead for, or with the go-ahead for prop load, that'll come at actually T-minus 45 minutes in a crew mission here. Prop load will start at T-minus 35 minutes with the loading of RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene on board the Falcon 9's first and second stages. Liquid oxygen will flow on board the Falcon 9's first stage at the same time. T-minus 30 minutes is when helium load will begin on the booster stage. Same will happen on the second stage shortly thereafter. Helium is important because it's used to pressurize the main propellant tanks during flight. T-minus 23 minutes is when second stage RP-1 loading wraps up. Strong back chill down will begin at about T-minus 20 minutes and 50 seconds. SpaceX conditioning the feed lines there at the pad prior to second stage LOX load. We see this visually manifest as the so-called big vent at about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds here at pad 39A. Second stage LOX load will begin at the 16.
Reminder, step 8.87 is open. Pull for propellant load and launch.
As you just heard, that pull is open. Not hearing voices connected to that because unlike some other readiness pulls, SpaceX does their electronically, theirs electronically. A final comm check will happen with the crew at T-minus 10 minutes. T-minus 7 minutes is when the engine chill will begin, flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbo pumps, helping to protect the engines from the risk of thermal shock and damage during startup. 6 minutes out, the first stage kerosene tank is full. Then at T-minus 5 minutes, the Dragon spacecraft will transition to internal power. Strong back retraction sequence will begin T-minus 4 minutes and 30 seconds. Starts with the clamp arms just beneath the Dragon's trunk opening up, and then the transporter erector, otherwise referred to as the strong back, will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff. At that point, it'll pull back in a much more rapid fashion to clear the way for the vertical climb of the Falcon 9. 3 minutes out, the first stage liquid oxygen tank is full. Same is true on the second stage about a minute afterwards, at which point the Falcon 9 rocket is fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. In the final 60 seconds, control of the countdown is handed over from the ground sequencer to the Falcon 9's onboard flight computers, and the propellant tanks are brought up to flight pressure. SpaceX launch director will give their go for launch 45 seconds before takeoff. The engine ignition command is issued at T-minus 3 seconds, and if all 9 Merlin engines are healthy and ignite as expected, the command will be given for the hold down clamps to release the Falcon 9 rocket for a T0 liftoff. Once again, targeting 12:09 p.m. Eastern, 16:09 UTC. Just about T-minus 50 minutes from now. Taking a look at our live chat, I want to thank some folks who've been very generous with gifting channel memberships. Psychonaut rejoining with channel membership at the launch director level. Really appreciate that, Psychonaut. Thanks for supporting at the higher level. That allows us to keep our base entry at its current price. Also want to thank Psychonaut for gifting 3 Spaceflight Now memberships. And a big thanks to Chuck of Chuck and Jen Briggs of C&J Images for gifting 20 Spaceflight Now memberships. Really appreciate that, Chuck. Thanks for helping to not only grow our community, but also help us with tracking of the Falcon 9 rocket. Really appreciate that, man. So to our newest 23 gifted members, welcome aboard. We're glad to have you with us. If you haven't already, be sure to thank his handle is Charles Briggs here. Time now T minus 45 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. We're coming up on a very important milestone here in about 40 seconds, which is the nominal point at which SpaceX will make the call on whether or not they are go or no-go for the start of the propellant load sequence. Now we've seen them go beyond the 45-minute mark with making some of these final calls and still get off the pad there. I believe it was Crew 10 where it was getting right down to the wire on when they were working through some data transfer to the Dragon space.
On countdown 1, the poll for propellant load and launch is complete, and the team polled go for propellant load and launch. For all operators in MCCX and Hangar X, both control rooms will go into lockdown at T-minus 45 minutes and will remain in that state until LES is disarmed. All operators are to remain at their console and maintain a sterile cockpit until MD confirms successful disarming of the launch escape system following orbit insertion or propellant offload in the event of a scrub. For non-urgent no-go conditions, brief the CE or LD and they will approve aborting the count. For urgent issues affecting the safety of the operation, operators shall call hold on the countdown net. Launch control will abort the launch auto-sequence immediately and proceed into launch abort. At T-minus 10 seconds, launch control will be hands-off and relying on automated abort criteria for the remainder of the count. Operators advise launch director whether structural breakup or fire is imminent or occurring per Dragon manual flight escape rules. Launch control, you may proceed with arming the crew arm for movement.
Arming crew arm for movement.
And a good update there from SpaceX, noting that teams have polled go for the start of prop load, and we're getting into the sequence where that crew arm will retract, the escape system will be armed, fueling will begin in less than 10 minutes, and there goes the arm, swinging away from that Dragon spacecraft.
Crew access arm retraction started. Crew access arm retraction complete.
Dragon SpaceX, you are go for Section 6, close visors and arm launch escape system.
Dragon copies. Go for Section 6, closing visors and arming LES. SpaceX, Dragon, visors closed, arming LES.
SpaceX copies.
LES, of course, is the launch escape system that is now armed, or in the process of being armed. That'll give the crew a quick getaway if needed, now that the crew access arm has retracted. Just a little less than 41 minutes to go now on this Falcon 9 rocket. Following confirmation that the launch escape system has been armed.
Launch escape system is verified armed.
And as you just heard, it's now armed. Next milestone coming up is the start of prop load. Coming in just about 5.5 minutes.
Tracking copy.
T-minus 37 minutes, 41 seconds and counting, ahead of the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket. Again, coming up next will be the start of prop load on board the rocket. RP-1, a rocket-grade kerosene, will flow on board the booster, and the first stage, or on the upper stage, liquid oxygen will flow on board the first stage. Team's keeping an eye on those cumulus clouds that have been...
Falcon 9 tanks are venting for the start of propellant load.
Those cumulus clouds that are building in, NASA commentator Daryl Nail says they should be clear enough by the time we get to liftoff, coming up at 12:09 p.m. Eastern, 16:09 UTC. And he confirms that the range is clear at this point. With fueling set to start in just about a minute from now. Taking a quick peek at the flight history for this Crew Dragon spacecraft that is getting ready to fly. This will be the first time that a Dragon vehicle is launching on a 6th flight with humans on board. Started back with Demo 2, Bob and Doug flying that Demo 2 mission on May 30th, splashing down on August 2nd. There have been 3 crew rotation missions since then, and 1 private astronaut mission, Axiom 1. Last time this particular Dragon spacecraft flew was back in support of Crew 8. That mission led by NASA astronaut and member of the Turtle class, Matthew Dominic. Had Zena Cardman been able to stay with the Crew 9 mission, that would have continued what NASA Turtle member Rajat Shari lovingly called the Turtle takeover of station.
The launch auto sequence has started.
Continuous presence of the Turtle astronaut class on station. Unfortunately, it was not meant to be, but Turtles are returning back to the orbiting outpost, coming up at the beginning in 34 minutes and 41 seconds. Docking is set for August 2nd with a liftoff today. With that call you just heard, the fueling of the Falcon 9 rocket is underway. Again, that RP-1 flowing onto the booster and upper stage, locks onto the booster. Coming up on the 30-minute mark ahead of the planned flight of this Falcon 9 rocket. Teams continue to keep an eye on those cumulus clouds, making sure they're not going to interfere with the launch. Because this is a mission to the International Space Station, SpaceX and NASA have an instantaneous launch window. So it's 12:09 Eastern or bust on this one. If, for whatever reason, they're unable to launch today, they noted that their next available launch opportunity is coming up tomorrow. Once the Dragon spacecraft arrives at the International Space Station, as we're just now 30 minutes away from the liftoff of this rocket as things are planned right now, crews will have a solid 3-day handover between the Crew 11 coming in and Crew 10 going out. But even when Crew 10 departs the International Space Station, Johnny Kim, NASA astronaut who flew up on a Russian Soyuz spacecraft, will continue to remain on station for a little while longer and can continue to provide some of those handover assistance duties, helping the incoming crew acclimate to the space station. Of course, 2 of those that are flying today are flying for the very first time up to the orbiting outpost.
Start of Stage 1 cryohelium loading.
Good call for the start of helium load on the booster. We'll hear a similar call out regarding the second stage in the next few minutes. As we're awaiting the liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket in about 28.5 minutes, let's talk about the launch timeline. So the sequence of events that we're anticipating with a good nominal flight of the Falcon 9 on its way to sending the Crew Dragon on its merry way. Following liftoff, currently scheduled again for 12:09 p.m. Eastern, 16:09 UTC. The rocket will pass through max Q, or the point of greatest aerodynamic pressure on the vehicle, at about T plus 1 minute and 12 seconds post liftoff. Once through max Q, the rocket will throttle its engines back up, setting up a sequence of rapid events. We'll see first stage main engine cutoff, otherwise referred to as MECO, followed by stage separation, and then the ignition of the Merlin vacuum engine on the second stage. The first stage booster that is supporting today's mission, tail number B1094, is going to be making a propulsive landing not on a drone ship today, but back at landing zone 1 for one final landing at LZ1. Before that happens, though, we'll see the booster 1094 perform a boost back burn lasting a little less than a minute, setting it on the right trajectory towards the landing pad. The entry burn using 3 out of the 9 Merlin engines at the base of the booster will start T plus 6 minutes and 20 seconds. That's about 12 seconds in total. That'll set the stage for the start of the landing burn, and if all goes well, a good touchdown at LZ1 just before the 8-minute mark. T plus 8 minutes and 46 seconds is when the second stage engine will cut off. At T plus 9 minutes and 37 seconds is when the Dragon spacecraft will start to fly free from the Falcon 9's upper stage, and the nose cone open sequence will begin about a minute after that. Coming up on T minus 26 minutes, we'll be hearing the call for cryogenic helium load on the second stage momentarily.
start of Stage 2 cryohelium loading.
Coming up, T-minus 24 minutes, 17 seconds and counting. Coming up, the next big visual milestone will be the big vent, which is not that. That's just a little precursor puff, if you will. The big vent's set to start about T-minus 20 minutes and 30 seconds. It's when SpaceX begins to thermally condition the feed lines there at the pad. The venting will last about 4 minutes in duration, setting up for a second stage liquid oxygen load to begin at the 16-minute mark. Taking a look at our live chat here. Want to thank a few folks for your support today on our coverage. Thanks to Wolverine Warlord, who's been a member with us now for 22 months at the launch director level. Almost 2 years, he says. Aroo! You rock well. Thank you, Wolverine. Good howl, good words. Also, thanks to channel member Josh King for being a member with us now for 33 months. Who says, always glad to be part of this amazing crew. Godspeed, Crew 11. Just under 20 minutes and 50 seconds now. The so-called big vent should be coming up here in the next few seconds. And there you see the start of the big vent there at the pad. Team's conditioning the feed lines ahead of second stage LOX load. This venting will last until T-minus 16 minutes and 30 seconds.
Stage 2, RP1 load complete.
Dragon SpaceX for countdown check-in brief.
Dragon's with you.
Okay, Zena, we have healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon 9, just like last time, so prop load is proceeding nominally. We do have one watch item that has popped up. There is a pop-up storm cell that is just to the north of the pad. Currently not violating any LCCs, but we are monitoring this particularly closely as it's moving offshore. We'll let you know if it starts trending towards blocking launch today, but again, not expecting that at this time.
Dragon copies all. We've got a healthy Dragon, healthy Falcon. We're proceeding towards launch. Only watch item is a storm cell that is north of the pad moving offshore. We'll continue monitoring, but otherwise looking great.
That's a good readback.
Stage 2 LOX load has started.
The big vent is over. Just heard a call over the VAB loudspeaker system that we are currently in a Phase 1 lightning watch, potentially connected to that storm cell that popped up just recently. That was relayed to the crew that is to the north of the pad. Teams are continuing to monitor this closely, and as you heard, it could potentially impact the launch, but we'll see. Fueling continues. Second stage LOX load is underway. a SpaceX commentator at Hawthorne, California, noted that they are still tracking weather as a watch item, which is not surprising since that was the last communication that we heard from Mission Control to the crew. A little more than 13 minutes to go before the planned liftoff of this Falcon 9 rocket, if the weather cooperates. I want to thank the little more than 7,700 of you who are watching along with us live at this point in the count. If you haven't already, you could do us a big favor just by clicking that like button and share the stream. Allows more folks to find their way into this live launch coverage. Want to thank a few folks for their support of our live coverage today. Thanks to AZ Arizona Train Granny for a very generous $25 super chat. Thank you so much for your support at that level. We really appreciate that. Also want to thank channel member and moderator Jeff Hansen for a $10 super chat. Thank you, Jeff, who says, "Go Kennedy, go SpaceX, go Falcon 9, go Endeavour, Godspeed Crew 11 and 1094. For those of you who weren't with us earlier in the count, 1094 is the tail number of this particular first stage booster, which will launch for a third time, weather permitting. Just under 10.5 minutes to go before the planned flight of this Falcon 9 rocket, pending weather being amenable to a liftoff. Ten minutes and counting.
Dragon SpaceX, confirm crew displays are configured for launch.
SpaceX, Dragon, displays are configured for launch. It is our honor, our privilege, and our choice to take part in something much greater than any individual, but it's the individuals who make this endeavor great. To each of you at SpaceX and NASA, to our partners at JAXA and Roscosmos, to family, friends, and mentors, you fly with us today. Arigato gozaimasu. Spasibo большое. Thank you. With gratitude and focus, Crew 11 is ready.
Crew 11, the sentiment is the same on the ground from everyone staying here. We have enjoyed working with you in the preparation for the mission. Looking forward to doing the same in flight. Good luck. Enjoy the ride.
And good words from the crew to all those who have helped them get ready for this moment. Big mission for everyone flying on board, all coming from different flights originally, now together as one singular crew, Crew 11. Set to lift off now in less than 9 minutes from Launch Complex 39A at the Kennedy Space Center if all continues to go well and the weather trends in a direction that will allow for a liftoff in 8.5 minutes. As we're coming up on the start of engine chill for the Falcon booster in about 45 seconds, let's take a beat to just refresh and talk trajectory for those of you who are not with us last time we did this. Got a little more than 10,500 of you in the live chat now. Appreciate you being here watching our live coverage at Spaceflight now. Falcon 9 rocket, once it leaves the pad at Launch Complex 39A, it's going to be flying in a northeasterly trajectory, heading away from Florida's Space Coast. That first stage booster is going to follow that red arc that you see there, perform a boost back burn, and make its attempt to land back at LZ-1, landing zone 1 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station.
Engine chill has started.
And a good call for the start of engine chill. Again, SpaceX flowing a small amount of liquid oxygen through the plumbing and turbopumps, helping to protect them from the risk of thermal shock and damage at startup.
Stage 1 fuel load complete.
There's that good call for RP1 load on the booster completing. Coming up next at about T-minus 5 minutes is when the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft is set to transition to internal power.
Falcon 9 tanks are pressurizing for strong back retract.
Dragon is in configure for terminal count.
Good calls from Mission Control. Dragon on internal power, preparing for the retraction of the strong back, which is that large white structure adjacent to the Falcon 9 rocket. If you switch to the front view of the vehicle, you can see the clamp arms that are currently holding on to the rocket's second stage. You can see that just beneath the black
Strong back retract has started.
section of the Dragon trunk. Those clamp arms are going to be opening up momentarily. And then the strong back will recline a few degrees away from the Falcon 9 rocket and stay in that position until liftoff. And there goes the clamp arms. Or one arm at least. And there goes the other. The Dragon spacecraft flying for a 6th time. The booster flying for a 3rd time. But of course, SpaceX flies a new upper stage with every single launch. So that's a big part of their production is to manufacture enough second stages to support their rapid launch cadence of lifting off from either Vandenberg or here in Florida roughly every 2.5 days.
Stage 1, LOX float complete.
Good call there. Less than 3 minutes to go. We'll hear a similar call regarding the second stage coming up at around the T-minus 2 minute mark.
Dragon is in terminal count and on internal power.
Two minutes and counting.
Stage 2, LOX float complete.
Falcon 9 is now fully loaded with 1 million pounds of propellant. Shortly we'll see the ground gas closeouts.
Dragon is in auto idle.
And there you see the start of that venting as SpaceX clears the liquid oxygen from the feed lines there. Less than a minute and a half to plan liftoff.
Ground gas closeouts have started. Expect loud venting.
On countdown net, hold. We are standing down for violation of weather rules.
And weather has scrubbed
Power sequences aborted.
today's launch. Unfortunately, that storm that was hovering overhead was going to be too much for this launch, and so the teams made the call to scrub the mission. T-minus 1 minute and 7 seconds remaining on the clock. Teams do have another launch attempt available to them tomorrow morning, or tomorrow late morning. Again, because, well, two reasons. One, the mission is heading to the International Space Station, which necessitates an instantaneous launch window. They don't have the option to try again today. And number two, SpaceX uses...
Dragon SpaceX, bad luck on weather there. We just got clipped by a cumulus cloud right over the pad, so ended up scrubbing for weather. With that, you are go to proceed to 5.100 for launch scrub. We'll begin offloading the rocket.
Dragon copies all 5.100. Too bad, but we'll be ready next time.
While weather today was certainly looking like it was pretty solid coming in, a 90% chance for favorable weather, just watching those cumulus clouds, which ended up being the thing that nipped this in the bud. Looking forward into the future, the ascent corridor weather is going to be the thing that may likely prevent a launch attempt from taking place tomorrow, potentially even on Saturday. The ascent corridor recovery weather is listed as a high risk in the 24-hour and 48-hour backup opportunities on a scale of low to medium to high. Soon the crew access arm will swing back out to the Dragon spacecraft, and the closeout team will return to the pad once it is safe to do so and help the crew egress from the Dragon spacecraft, go back into their quarantine quarters. First starting off at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building, where we first caught up with them visually today. They will doff their suits and hang out and wait till there's another opportunity to launch once weather permits. The next opportunity tomorrow, if perhaps the ascent quarter recovery weather has improved since the forecast was issued, would see a liftoff at 11:43 a.m. Eastern. A 48-hour turnaround would be 11:21 a.m. Eastern. Again, if you're just joining us, hoping to see the launch of the Crew 11 mission, unfortunately, we're all out of luck today since weather was the thing that did them in, even though it looks like it had a pretty good opportunity today, with meteorologists forecasting 90% favorable. 90% favorable doesn't mean 100%, and can't ever fully discount what a 10% chance for cumulus clouds can do to a launch opportunity, especially when you've got crew on board. Teams are going to be extra cautious to protect the most precious cargo that you could possibly launch, which is a crew into space.
Dragon SpaceX, for awareness, we're looking at approximately 50 minutes for the prop offload time. So it should be approximately 1700 UTC when we are able to proceed with 5.100 and rotate the seats.
Dragon copies, we're looking at about 50 minutes for prop offload, so 1700 UTC for the rest of 5.100 and seat rotation.
Good readback.
So as you just heard, the communication from Mission Control, they are going to keep the astronauts set put where they are for about 50 minutes while they offload the LOX and the RP-1 from the rocket. This is a slow and methodical process, and so given that there is still a 4-person crew atop a fully fueled Falcon 9, we're going to go ahead and stay with our live shot here until the crew, or until the Falcon has safely detanked and the crew has safely been removed from the Falcon 9. A disappointing outcome, certainly. That's not what any crew likes to see, but some other crews that have been through a similar circumstance where they've gotten right up to the cusp of launching and then something just got in the way can see this as a silver lining, in a manner of speaking. Number one, they get another chance to see their family and friends in person for the next time that they go ahead and make their way back out to the pad for the next launch attempt, whenever that ends up happening. And also, there's a lot of pent-up anticipation and perhaps some launch day jitters that can come on a first launch attempt. So you get through all that anxiety, you get a feel for what this whole thing is really like. You hear the hisses and the clanks that come from the Falcon coming to life as it fuels. So now they're all accustomed to it. All these folks who are first-time flyers on a Crew Dragon spacecraft now know how this whole thing is going to go with all the bells and whistles. So they'll be even more settled next time.
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating about 45 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copies. Additional 4 or 5 minutes for prop offload.
For those of you still with us, we're standing by as SpaceX detanks its Falcon 9 rocket there at Launch Complex 39A, allowing the crew to safely egress the Dragon spacecraft. Mission Scrub was called because of the weather that you're seeing now built up in a more pronounced manner. A cumulus cloud just settling in at just the wrong time to allow for a launch today. Flying through thick clouds like a cumulus cloud is especially dangerous for a rocket because it has the possibility of triggering lightning, which would, of course, endanger both the crew and the vehicle itself. So in a scenario like this, the best thing to do is what they did, which is just stand down from a launch attempt today and target a backup opportunity, whether that be tomorrow or further on in their launch window. Local time here, just about the bottom of the hour in the noontime hour, as SpaceX and NASA scrubbed today's launch attempt of the Crew 11 mission. That was due to the weather impacting the launch. You're seeing some of those cumulus clouds hanging around the spaceport at the moment that hit at just the right time to cause this mission to stay put.
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating 37 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copies. 37 more minutes.
As a reminder, even though the mission has scrubbed for the day, as we heard just a moment or two ago from Mission Control up to the astronauts and cosmonaut on Dragon, they still have about 37 minutes left for the offloading process to safely drain the Falcon 9 of its liquid oxygen and propellants. And at that point, then they can swing the arm back out to the Dragon and safely offload the crew. Of course, the closeout crew needs to arrive at the pad first, and they're not about to do that while there's a loaded rocket. Local time, 12:33 p.m. Eastern, 16:33 UTC for our friends around the world. Yesterday, during a pre-launch briefing, there wasn't a launch weather officer on the panel, but Steve Stitch, the manager of the Commercial Crew Program Office at NASA, did essentially fulfill those duties and talk about the weather outlook for today, as well as what is on the horizon in the 24 and 48-hour backup windows. So I want to play that part of the briefing for you now, talk about why they were hoping to launch today, that weather had cooperated, and what is potentially on the horizon for another launch opportunity.
Weather is looking really good for tomorrow. The launch weather, only a 10% probability of violation. We're early in the day, and so there's really not much of a chance of any precipitation or showers here at the Kennedy area for the launch site. The abort weather also looks very favorable tomorrow as well, with winds and waves all along the ascent track being within limits. We'll watch showers or thunderstorms, potential forecast of those in the staging area. We'll watch that very carefully. And then a little later in the week, the weather gets a little bit worse. Still good here at the Kennedy Space Center, but along the ascent track, we'll have a frontal boundary that'll be there, and so the winds and waves will come up, and so that's why really tomorrow is our best opportunity.
Just to give some more context to what Steve Stitch just said, for those curious about what he was referring to when talking about the ascent track, this is an overview of the Dragon's path heading up for a rendezvous with the International Space Station and the various abort zones that are available to it. The last one would be up near Shannon, Ireland. And you see there in the upper right-hand corner of the box.
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update, estimating 25 more minutes for propellant offload.
Dragon copy. 25 minutes for prop offload.
Currently about 15 minutes to the top of the hour. Again, if you're sticking with us, we are staying live as long as the astronauts and cosmonaut remain on the Crew Dragon spacecraft there at Launch Complex 39A. Less than 25 minutes remain before the propellant offload process is complete and the pad is deemed clear for the closeout crew to return to the pad and help offload the astronauts and get them back on their way into their quarantine quarters.
Dragon SpaceX propellant offload update. Estimating 10 minutes of propellant offload remaining.
Dragon copies. 10 minutes for prop offload.
Coming up on 1 p.m. Eastern here, SpaceX has been going through the process of offloading the propellant from its rocket. You can see the frost line has been steadily going down. I believe the last call was that there were 10 minutes remaining in the fuel offload process.
Dragon, SpaceX, expect loud venting from Falcon 9 propellant tanks momentarily.
Dragon copies.
Dragon SpaceX, we have completed F9 propellant offload, so you are go to disarm the launch escape system per Section 2.
Dragon copies. Go to disarm LAS per Section 2 of 5.100. SpaceX Dragon, disarming launch escape system.
SpaceX copies, we're with you. Dragon SpaceX, launch escape system is disarmed. You're go to open visors and then proceed to Section 3.
Dragon copies. Go to open visors and proceed Section 3.
Crew arm engage sequence has started.
SpaceX Dragon, ready for seat rotation.
Copy, crew are ready for seat rotation. We will initiate that now.
As we've just been hearing some of the updates between Mission Control and the crew, the detanking process continues. The RP-1 has finished offloading from the vehicle. The the launch escape system has been disarmed. And the seats are preparing to rotate back out of the launch position. There you see the crew access arm swinging back into position to allow the closeout crew to return and help get the folks for Crew 11 out of their seats and back into their quarantine quarters.
Dragon SpaceX, seats are in the upright position. We will be working through steps with the closeout team to return to the pad tower and open up the side hatch. I'll keep you abreast of their progress.
Dragon copies.
The crew arm engage sequence is complete. Crew arm is fully engaged and pinned.
And you can see the closeout crew have now made their way back to the pad. The two vans that you're seeing there that have just come up the ramp. Take the side view. Oh, there we go. We'll go ahead and get parked and start heading up to the white room to help the crew out of their seats. Make sure the hatches, once again.
Dragon SpaceX for awareness. SpaceX personnel have arrived at the pad.
Dragon copies. Great news.
There you see coming into frame the black Teslas that transported the astronauts and cosmonaut from the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout building to the pad, now making their way back there to take them back to ONC.
Dragon SpaceX. The team has reached the White Room. We're now beginning preparations for configuring the White Room and side hatch opening.
Dragon copies.
Closing in on the bottom of the hour here, as we've been watching the closeout crew making their way across the crew access arm. We've been watching the crew inside the Dragon Endeavour spacecraft, who've been using this opportunity to take a couple of selfies and find some silver lining in this otherwise literal dark cloud that's been hanging over them. As we've been tracking the crew offload from the Dragon Endeavour, you can see the weather has certainly deteriorated around the spaceport here in Florida. Got quite a bit of rain now starting to cruise on in from our vantage point looking back at the vehicle assembly building, and you can see those dark clouds moving in over the pad at Launch Complex 39A. Also, in a weather update, the multiple areas, including areas around the vehicle assembly building and Space Launch Complex 40, SpaceX's other pad, are all in a Phase 2 lightning watch, which means the presence of lightning is basically right on top of us. And it's exceedingly advised to move indoors for safe shelter. This will look outside of our office here at the KSC press site, looking out at Launch Complex 39A. Rain starting to smear our view. Obviously our camera is safe, but just to give you a sense of conditions here at the press site. Taking a look now back at the Dragon vehicle, you can see the crew starting to loosen up their seatbelts as the Dragon side hatch is getting prepared to be opened. Essentially, the closeout crew is doing the inverse of what they did earlier today in order to safely open the hatch and make sure that they're not causing any harm to the vehicle as they safely get the crew out. Local time now, just about 1:40 p.m. Eastern. As the process of opening the side hatch continues on, the rain continues to fall all around the pad, including here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. Speaking of the weather, we do have a newly issued launch weather forecast from the fine folks at the 45th Weather Squadron. The new outlook for a launch attempt tomorrow suggests a 75% chance for favorable weather. Previously, it was looking like an 85% chance for favorable weather, so it has deteriorated as far as the outlook is concerned. Also, the violating concern list has increased by 1 point by adding concerns for the risk of violation for the surface electric fields rule. Also, the ascent corridor recovery weather has a high risk on a scale of low to medium to high. That's same as far as the ascent corridor recovery, both for a launch attempt tomorrow, as well as in a 24 and a 48-hour turnaround, with weather getting no better than 85% favorable in a 24-hour turnaround scenario. So looking at Saturday. Got the side hatch open now, some waves.
Dragon SpaceX with the hatch open. We'll be handing you off to the closeout team for egress. See you soon.
Meteorologists say, and I quote, regarding the weather outlook, that, quote, the sea breeze will likely develop just before or at the time of the launch window on the primary launch opportunity and just after the backup opportunities. With cumulus clouds developing along the sea breeze, the main probability violation concerns will be the cumulus cloud rule and the surface electric fields rule. A front pushing into the southeast United States by the weekend will bring a significantly higher threat for showers and storms, as well as higher winds along the ascent corridor by Friday into the weekend, end quote. Put another way, it doesn't look great for a launch opportunity for the Crew 11 mission for the next few days. Obviously, teams will take this day by day and see if there's enough margin to make it worth the while to step into a launch campaign again tomorrow and take another crack at it. Whenever SpaceX and NASA do decide to spin up a launch attempt, you can count on Spaceflight Now to be live with our coverage beginning 4 hours prior to liftoff of the Crew 11 mission. Again, we're staying with you live until the crew has been safely offloaded from the Dragon vehicle and returned to their quarantine quarters. And first up out of his seat, the last one in is the first one out. That is Oleg, the Roscosmos cosmonaut. That is flying in the Mission Specialist 2 position, Oleg Platonov. Looked like he was very eager to get on up out of his seat, followed by the other mission specialist, Kimiya from Japan. Of course, teams are being very careful to protect the helmets of the crew as they're coming out, not only for the sake of not scratching or damaging the flight suits, but also to not scratch or damage the hatch itself. Next out is NASA astronaut Mike Fincke, who looks like he's... It almost looked like he was insisting on doing the limbo there, but maybe he thought better of it. He is wearing a newly, additionally flexible IVA suit, so maybe it gives him a little more limberness, and just wanted to exercise full use of that. All the crew are now safely out of the Dragon vehicle. The closeout crew will continue their work here in the White Room. Taking a look down the corridor as astronauts now heading back. Presumably they will also... you see they're getting special rain jackets because, as we've been showing you here at the press site, it has been pouring, and they want to try to make sure that they stay as dry as possible. They even got little hoods. Look at that. Not sure they fit over the helmets, but the suggestion is there. NASA commentator Daryl Nails says the closeout crew, in addition to having those ponchos at the ready, also has umbrellas to help further shield the astronauts. Always be prepared. And you can see now the convoy with the astronauts in tow are heading past the security gate and the hangar there at Launch Complex 39A, where the integration of many a Falcon 9 or Falcon Heavy rocket has occurred. Roads blocked by security. Quite familiar with these roads ourselves, as is the same path that the photographers go out to set remotes for launch opportunities.
This is Vader with a comm check to KSC on 39 countdown 1. This is Vader with a comm check on 39 countdown 1 for KSC.
With the crew now safely back at the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building, we are going to end our launch broadcast with this mission. Certainly appreciate all of you who've been with us for the duration. I want to thank our moderators in the chat, Aussie Space Girl, Rick Donner, for helping us out in the chat, and for Cumulus Granatus, one of our channel members, for helping to answer folks' questions. By all accounts, it appears SpaceX is targeting a launch from Vandenberg, the Starlink 13-4 mission, in less than 30 minutes. So we're going to pause, pivot, and turn over to launch coverage on that in a separate stream. So we'll see you momentarily with that coverage. I want to thank our friends P. Carsons with Max Q Productions, Chuck and Jen Briggs for being on the standby with this mission. Thanks to our photography team of John Pisani, Adam Bernstein, and Michael Kane for being out there for crew walkout and for getting all the cameras ready for both tracking and the interviews. We'll see you back here for coverage of NASA SpaceX Crew 11 whenever weather permits them to launch. And again, we'll see you very shortly for coverage over on the Vandenberg stream. For all of us here at Spaceflight Now, I'm Will Robinson Smith. Remember, be good to yourselves, be good to others. We will see you next time, folks. And until then, bye-bye.